Welcome. Welcome to a probably sound design session. We're gonna just make some sounds. I want to explore the new update for Current and just play around with that, and maybe use a couple of other things as well, but we'll see where we end up. Welcome today, and I hope you're all doing good. Let's do that. So, like you can read from the title, I don't really think we're gonna make drum and bass today. We could end up doing that eventually if I do feel like it, but I kind of just want to mess about and have some fun and make something else. Actually, I kind of like the new color as well. They made it even darker, but it kind of looks good. It kind of looks nice. So, I haven't really played with it yet. Play tap. This whole thing looks kind of interesting for like morphing a patch. I wonder, can you record this as automation? I guess you can. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So you can just record that. So you can map that to a MIDI controller as well, and then just move the macros around with these two things, which is kind of cool. I also saw that they added the wave shifter, and that one looks pretty interesting. I haven't played with it at all. It's kind of like a frequency shifter, I think. It also has ring mod and amplitude modulation. Okay, so it's kind of just like a frequency shifter, a ring mod, and kind of like an auto pan device in one, which seems kind of interesting. I have to get used to this though. I keep clicking on the play tab because this engine tab used to be at the top. So every time now when I want to go to this view, I accidentally click on here because they added this button now at the top. So I'm gonna have to get used to that. That's a bit of a downside, but hey, it's fine. It's nothing too crazy. It's just I noticed that a couple of times already. I can't be the only one that has that. It's just muscle memory, right? Let's make it a little bit longer, maybe. So should I make some sounds in at least a drum bass tempo, so that we can, at least if we want to, we can always use it easily for drum and bass as well. Too many plugins, no DAW is complete. I mean, you don't need plugins. You can do stuff with your stock DAW stuff, but I mean, plugins are kind of cool as well. So, have they also added new samples? Sounds, shuffle. Oh yeah, I'm not sure. Was this already in the previous Current? I don't think it was, but we can now sort by recent. Oh, they've added a new pack as well. What's in there? Foley sounds. Oh, there's also other things.
It's the concrete jungle.
Okay.
Switch it.
I already know that that is a vocal we're gonna hear in the track soon.
It's the concrete jungle. Drop out.
Not by me, of course, but like, you know, somebody's gonna use that for sure. Drums. Okay, this is just some drums, so there's not that much in this pack, honestly. Use one of those. Not pitch. Let's turn speed down. It's really low, right? Yeah. Let's put that up a bit. Not really much different things in there. Let's see if we... let's turn that on. Oh yeah, that's a bit finicky. Let's just do that. Let's choose that one. I just want to see what we can make. Have some fun today. Let's add some yeah, this is current by Minimal Audio, so if you've never seen that before, that this is what it is. It's actually a really interesting synth, honestly. Combines a whole bunch of different things together. Oh, it's on sale right now? Nice. Didn't know that. Yeah, the chorus is making everything wide as well. Jesus, some of these are getting really loud. Let me just back that down a bit. There's a limiter on the master, so don't worry. Just put it at 100% so we can hear the reverb. Interesting. I mean, it's still playing. It's kind of like... playing different notes now, huh? There's still a D there, though. Interesting. See if we can. No, let's just do that. Let's see if we can. Oh yeah, of course, I brought this down. I keep clicking on the play tab, it's so fucking annoying. I'm really gonna have to get used to that. Sounds almost the same. Oh wait, we can do that if we only want to hear the other one. Interesting. Let's just do, I don't know, something like that maybe. Or like that. Let's try it out, see what we get. Put that on here. Or no, let's put that on here. Interesting. Can we... I wish there was like a way to put like a... create like a multi-band thing here. So we can... Or wait, can we not... Ah, yeah, right. We can do that. But then it's not going through the filter. Ooh, minimal audio. It would be really nice if you would give us an option here for filter 1 and filter 2. Ooh, I might have to tell them. If you could, like, for instance, take the output of filter 1 or filter 2 and send that direct out. That would be really helpful. Because then you could, for instance, run this... I mean, we could also filter it here. Like, we could also do... smooth. And just filter it here. And then... kinda does a similar thing. But... let's go back to the effects real quick. Let's back this one down a bit. I mean, then we get a lot of this as well. Let's back that down a bit. That does kind of work. Having where is it? Here. Having this built instead. But it would be nice, still, if you could just take the output of filter 1 or filter 2 and have that here as an option. Just basically make these things a bit smaller so that you have 2 more options down here basically, for filter 1 and filter 2. Where you could just say, I want the output of filter 2 and just direct that out, or the output of filter 1. It would be pretty helpful actually, pretty nice. There has to be a way. No, there is no, not at the moment. Like there is these options in the mixer panel. There's no way to output one of the filters directly out of the plugin, bypassing the effects. At least not that I know of. But that would be pretty cool if you could do that. Or I've missed something, but I don't think you can. There is a modulation matrix, but not for routing the audio. You have, well, this is what you have for like, if you want to send one of the things directly out. Like in Vital. I haven't used Vital that much recently, so I can't really say how it compares. There's like a lot of different plugins that do similar things in terms of wavetable synthesis, and Vital is not the one that I grab for most of the times. Like usually it's either Serum, which is like the old OG one that I am just really used to, and then there's Current now. Pigments is one of them that also does a lot of those similar things, and then Faceplant is one that I've recently been getting a lot more into. So Vital, yeah, it's a great synth. It's great that it's free. It's a good thing for me to be able to recommend to people. Like, the fact that it's free is just, you know, you can basically just recommend that to anybody and it will be helpful to them. But, yeah, there's too many synths in that sort of like category for me, you know, that do similar things. So, Vital kind of got forgotten a bit. Yeah, there's a matrix here. That is a modulation matrix. That's not for the output or the routing of the audio itself. That's what he means. Which is kind of like what this mix panel is. That's for the audio routing. I put it on the same level as Serum and Faceplant. I wouldn't even put Serum and Faceplant in the same category, because they're two completely different synths. Serum can do very limited things. It's still a very good synth for what it does. The interface is absolutely phenomenal. The wavetable editor is probably the best out there, in my opinion. And it's just a really easy to use synth and easy synth to learn as well. But it does a lot of things that, well, or Faceplant does a lot of things that Serum will never be able to do. And I wouldn't put them in the same category at all. Vital, Current, Pigments, Faceplant. Faceplant is a bit of an odd one because it's basically kind of modular in a sense. So it's kind of the odd one out. But I would say Current, Pigments, Vital are... Well, Vital isn't... Vital is kind of like Serum, basically. Vital is kind of like Serum, but then with a bunch of extra options that Serum doesn't have. And it's free, so it's a great alternative for Serum. Phase blend is the most modular one of all of them. And then you've got the category in between, where I would say you have current, pigments, what was the other one? Current, pigments, damn. Well, phase blend kinda also falls within that category, I would say, even though it's more modular than current and pigments. But current and pigments, and I guess phase blend as well then, because they all offer like similar things. They have wavetable synthesis, they have sampling or sampler built in, and a granular engine. And that is kind of what they all do, right? And then pigments has the additive thing, which, you know, current doesn't have, it has kind of an additive thing in the sub oscillator here, but it's limited to up to 8 sine waves, so it's not a full additive engine, but yeah, totally. They're all different. But they're all good in their own sense. Like the thing with Vital is, I just still can't believe that it's a free synth, you know, for how good it is. Like how much you can do with it. Like, it's crazy that it was released as a free synth. I mean, I know that there's a paid option as well, right? But it's basically fully functional as a free synth, so that's pretty amazing. Anyways, let's I don't really like this patch, honestly. I wanna see if we can mess about with or at least try out that wave shifter effect, which I saw this thing. So let's just take a saw wave and let's just click this button here and see what we get. Let's put the dry wet at 100 for now. Okay. It's creating some really weird shapes here. What the hell? But yeah, I can see this being a lot of fun. Okay, let's click some more. Let's run something else through it. Let's go... Turn you off. Let's go in here. Let's go... Can we go out of this pack? Oh, we're not in this pack, of course. We're just... Or are we? Yeah, we are in this pack. I don't want to be in this pack. I just want to see... Let's shuffle this. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, of course, we're on the packs tab. We need to go to the samples tab. Let's try tonal. See if we can find something in here. Sure. Let's put that in the grains tab for now. Let's just... I mean, we can leave the speed turned on. That way it just plays. See what we get. Weird sounds. This thing will be really good for like making weird sound effects, for sure. Ooh, that sounds pretty dark, actually. So what happens if we... then it kind of starts modulating as well, I guess. Because of the phase cancellation, you can probably get all kinds of weird shit. What are we gonna make today? What should we do? It brings audience, it's a free taster, then you maybe buy their other plugin. I didn't know they have other plugins. I thought they only made Vital. I wouldn't even know what other plugins he did, so. Can I? One moment, let me quickly check. I'm quickly gonna try if I can make the chat text a little bit smaller, because I see that all the messages are like one message just fills up the entire thing. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Chat box properties, font size. We go to that. How does that look? I can't see because you guys need to say something. Ah, that's better. That's better. I could maybe move it a bit to the left as well, but I'll do that after the stream. This is for sure better. Now we can see more messages in the overlay. Deep atmosphere stuff. Yeah, I kind of was feeling that as well, because I've been listening to some deep atmospheric stuff in the past week. I was doing some other stuff, working on some other things, and that didn't involve music. And as background music, that is actually pretty good stuff to listen to. Also, for some reason, I was messing with the database files of my Omnisphere installation, because it's always so fucking slow to load the samples inside of Omnisphere. And I was like, what can I do? And I was Googling around, and I saw that you could have Omnisphere recreate the database files. So look at how quick it now opened up compared to previously. It used to take like 30 seconds for even the window to come up. Now it comes up in like 5 seconds, something like that. It's still slow compared to a lot of other plugins, but given the content inside of Omnisphere, it's kind of acceptable. So now it opens up a lot slower, or a lot slower, a lot quicker. And also the sample browser here seems to have sped up quite a bit. Only opening the browser is still slow, like that. But then in here, it now loads a lot quicker. Which is nice, because Omnisphere does have a lot of really good sound sources in here. I don't really like the interface of it. It's a bit dated. It's a bit a pain in the ass to work with. Like the envelopes are like... how they're scaled on the slider is annoying, and as a synth, it's a bit outdated, but a lot of the sounds in here, the samples, for instance, in here, are really nice. So there's definitely a lot of use for it still. But it was always really slow for me. So I was just like, can I do something about it? Well, you have these buttons down here. And those buttons basically re-index the entire database. And you have a file somewhere on your hard drive within the file structure of Omnisphere that is basically the file that is made when you click this button. And there's 3 of these. There's one here, there's one in the patch browser, right here, and then there's another one in the multi-browser, which is, I guess, here, or here. Yeah, here in the preset browser, there's another one. So there's like multiple places where you can do that, and there's 3, I believe 3 or 4 of those files as well on your hard drive. And I just removed those files, or basically I just renamed them so I had a backup. And then I went back into Omnisphere, I clicked those buttons so that it remade those files, basically. And after that, it was a lot quicker. So to anybody having an issue with that, might be helpful to try that out, because it really did quite a bit for me. Like for instance, we could see if we can find like a cool sample in here. Let's do something dark, sure. And let me just do by rating. We might get some cool stuff right away. Let's bring this up a bit. Like there's a lot of these kind of things in there, which are really nice. For like making atmosphere and stuff. Like it's just that this envelope here is really a bit annoying to use, so let's just go and go in here. Let me just play you. Bro said deep house. Yeah, do you ever see me making deep house? I mean, that would be quite far away from what I do. It's fine, Akash. Have a good night. Or whatever time it is where you are. It's probably not gonna work now, because I did that after the note started. Yeah. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. So we can just throw that into another synth. We can just be... let's put it in here. Let's chuck you in there. Thank you, Omnisphere. Ableton, you did an update and it's a great update, but you still haven't fixed the annoying bug where when you make a MIDI clip, it opens up with the grid on like 1/16. I really wonder how long it's gonna take before they fix that bug. Give it some attack, a bit more, give it some release, curve that a bit, and let's set that to D. That's the output gain. Where's the threshold? Oh, it was right behind the output gain. Don't like that crackling thing. I mean, alright, but let's just layer some extra stuff on top. Let's go to here, sounds, samples, and do we have texture? Or is it only gonna give me, oh no, okay, it actually gives me all kinds of stuff, not just things with texture in the name. Actually, it might work. I'm just gonna maybe make it lower. Where's the loop? Yeah, the loop is here, but where's the button to turn it on? Or is it already on? I think it's already on. Oh no, here we go, loop. I haven't used current that much lately, so been mostly using face plant in the last bit. There we go. Then we a nice and dark atmosphere. So much to learn, so little time. Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing for here. Like, there are just too many plugins, man. There's so many things to get into. So, is the... Okay, let's set this to parallel. Filter the grains as well, separately. Yeah, that seems alright to do. Let's automate that over this length. I'm also hearing maybe some kind of a high note in here. Let's just grab maybe like some kind of a violin note or something. Maybe a really quiet one. Like that. I guess we can just grab that MIDI. There we go. Let's maybe put some reverb on it or something, some effects to kind of make it a bit... Maybe let's try using Beam. Like, again, this one as well. I saw that there was an update for this one as well, that they added a new thing, but I haven't bought the update yet, so... You know, it's another one of those things. I I just don't have the time to keep up to date with everything. So many things coming out, and like this plugin looks amazing. Yeah, it is kind of it's kind of nice. It's like a granular reverb in a way, but they're also adding more things here. What did they add again? Was it like a distortion module, or I forgot what they added, but I didn't really decided to get it yet. It's a bit on the expensive side, yeah, I agree. Definitely is nice as like a weird reverb plugin though. Did they add a lock feature yet? No. Okay. Too bad. I said like you should add a lock feature for the mix right here. Trying out with shift or control? No. Because sometimes some presets have the mix down at like a lower value, and if you browse presets and if you resample something, it a lot of times can be nice to just have the mix at 100 so you can do that and get like multiple results. Let's just initialize this. How do we do that again? Wasn't there a way to do that? Pretty sure we could initialize this. Oh yeah, here, reset the default. There we go. Let's just go there, and let's just add the grains maybe. Gonna be a little bit quiet this one, but I can boost it a bit here. That might be fun actually. Can we give that a slight randomness on the pitch or not? Oh wait, we have detune here. Yeah, that does that. And then let's add, after this, let's add a space. The cluster thing might be a bit much, but maybe put that 1/1, 1/2, so we get a bit more of a little bit more of a stuttery kind of sound in it. Oh yeah, they added a time module. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I also bought it on the introduction price, so I don't know how expensive it is now necessarily, but I did see that they upped it. I'm not. I forgot what it was, but it's an interesting plugin though. I really wonder what they're gonna add more after in terms of modules. Can we I mean, yes, we can. Oh, whoa. Full screen? What? Okay. Didn't know you could do that. Let's add. We want to have a repitch. Let's go pitch shifter from kilohertz. Let's do. Let's see where are we gonna do that. Maybe just every. Let's set that to -1. Oh, let me turn that one off. I didn't know you could make a plugin full screen. Apparently you can. Can I also do that with other plugins? No. Double click? No. So only certain plugins. I guess maybe face blend. Full screen face blend. Can you imagine? Can we try it? Can we do that? No. No. Not sure why that one plugin allows me to go full screen on it though. That's kind of weird. Kind of liking it, but not everywhere. Let's just. We go up. What is displaying? Displaying a D note. So if we go up, we get a D sharp. If we go down, we get a C sharp. If we're going to be doing this in D, then I guess C sharp is nice. I feel like do that would make that a thing. Maybe. I don't think so though. I don't think so. No. But apparently that one other plugin allows me to do that. I remember, wasn't there another one? Wait, let me try this one. This one allowing it? Wait, huh? I thought that this one could also. I guess not. It can get really big though. Oh, 200%. That's about it. Anyways, this one might be actually be pretty cool on here. Let's chuck it on here. What note is it if I put it on there? And it's on A. It's a fifth. It actually sounds pretty nice. Let's just put this at -12. And let's put you on A. let's just do this real quick, and I'll just do that so that we have that extending. Yeah, that's everything. Okay, cool. Or maybe this one can just go away here, so we only have that one left, and then let's add something here. Why are you not making a MIDI clip? Okay. I know it sounds fucking shit, but bear with me. Let's actually make these notes shorter, but give it some release. Like that. Then we'll go in here. We can also maybe give it a bit of volume. And we'll start with a really simple pattern, and then we'll work from there. I think I first want to just add a bunch of reverb to this. Actually, I kind of like that. Don't need pre-delay. Let's see. I really like this palace mode. It's like meant for like generating really long reverbs, but it just sounds really nice as a reverb as well. It's like a shorter reverb, in my opinion. It can be really long. Really good preset as well for making atmosphere, by the way. Now we can go back in here and we can just start playing around with the synth, and we will have that running through the reverb so we can hear what we get. Sometimes it can be nice to make the reverb not fully wet, but just a bit like that. And then I also like it when I heavily compress it after adding reverb. So for instance, take OTT and just chuck that after the reverb. Let me close these down. And then just bring the amount down a bit. But I think on this sound it might actually be nice to just go there. Kick 3 is out of beta. I saw, but I haven't really decided yet if I want to get it. It does look nice though, I have to admit. There was also this other one recently that was released that looked a lot like the Kick plugin. I forgot the name, but it was a really similar kind of thing. I saw a bunch of other YouTube channels making a video about that one, all in the space of the same week, so... I'm thinking maybe I'll replace these with something else. Should we keep going down? Oh yeah, Kick Ninja, that was the name. It's a stupid name, but the plugin looked pretty alright. Ooh. actually like that. Let's replace those first ones with something else. Let's see if we can... Maybe some kind of a brass sound or something. Is there... Let me check. Synthesizers, minimal audio current. Do we have some kind of sounds in here? If we search for brass, we do got 2 sounds. Okay, not what I'm looking for. Horns maybe. Not really what I'm looking for, but it's a cool sound. Let's just grab a contact. I heard about emergent drums. I don't know exactly what it is about, but I assume drums. Let's try... Should we do this one? I want a bit of a low. Huh? Wait, what? Where did I put... For fuck's sake. I'm fucking stupid. I replaced this one. So it's now a brass thing. Okay, we'll make a different thing for that. I'm fucking stupid. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's copy this thing to here. I dropped the contact on the wrong track. I guess we can undo it, but is that gonna work? Undo. One more time. One more time. Or are we there already? No, we're still here. How much fucking things are there in the undo? Ah, there we go. Now one more time. Ah, it's back. Nice. It's back. Almost messed up there. Let me just... Like that. Should do. Oh, no, the tempo has also changed of the whole project, because I did that while there was nothing was playing. Sure. Let's just go and... clean this up a little bit. Oh, what's the wrong one? Do that, and then we'll do... Not that. We'll do this, and then... Do that. Just make it like that. That should do. Maybe a little bit. That'll do. Let's freeze and flatten that. Okay, we're gonna turn this one into a bigger sound, but sounding like still having that sort of like brass kind of sound. So that's why I wanted this sample. Let's maybe pitch it down an octave, so we get it like that. And then I'll turn warping on, and I'm not sure if you can see that, but I'll move it down here. Go to complex and do Complex Pro, and then we can use the formant here. Kind of change the tone of it. And the envelope also can do interesting things. Like if you wanna have it an octave down but still have that brightness, you bring the envelope all the way down, and then you bring the formant all the way up. And that is when you pitch the sample down. So when you pitch the sample up, it's gonna be different, because if we pitch it up now, we will get a really high formant. And it sounds super weird because of how this is set up. Now we probably would want to do the opposite. Or it's still going to sound shit. It's just going to sound shit. But if you pitch it down and you want to sort of like keep it from not sounding too dark, but you also don't want to have that formant to go up, you because normally if you have the envelope at 128 at its default value, and you pitch it down, if you have the formant at 0, it will sound the same as when you use the complex mode. See, this sounds like that, and then if we use Complex Pro with the formant set up like this and the envelope like that, kind of get the same thing. But if you put the formant all the way up, it sounds like that, which is still bright, but it also sounds kind of weird. Right? You can hear this really weird, so like, I don't like the texture that it gets. But if we then mess with this envelope, you will get a different sound. So yeah, now suddenly it doesn't have that weird texture that it added with the envelope at its default value. And it kind of sounds more like the original pitch in terms of its texture, but now still an octave lower, but we're not losing the brightness. See, we still have all the high end as well. So that's kind of interesting. I recently discovered that, and I was like, oh, that's actually really helpful. And sometimes like values a little bit up can also be nice. And here you get that really weird texture if we bring it up even more. But this... And now the formant also sounds different. See, it still goes down to I guess not even the same dark sound as if we have it here, or it does. It's similar. But it's good for keeping these things like a little bit brighter. That can be really nice on bass, yeah, but just for resampling anything, it can be nice. If you're working with audio, and you just want to change the tone of something, this thing here can be really helpful. The only thing that you have to do is you have to pitch the sample, because otherwise this will not do something. If you have the sample at its original pitch, the formant doesn't really do anything. So you need to pitch the sample, otherwise you won't really get it. Maybe if you stretch the sample, it will also have an effect. I'm not sure. But it is a really, really cool thing to do when you're messing with audio. So let's just put some effects on this. Let's maybe put this one on here. This is one of my new favorite reverb plugins. It's I don't know why. It sounds so cool. It's like a granular reverb, but you have the granular thing sort of like separate from the diffusion. So we get all these sort of like granular kind of tills, which is kind of cool. So this is just basically delays that we're getting now. We're not using the reverb part. We're just getting like delays at the moment. And then you have like pitch for it as well. So you can pitch it up or down. We've got chorus for those delays. And if we then add the reverb to that, it will then, basically these granular delays are then fed into the reverb. So you get these really long, but also kind of interesting trills of the reverb, which is really cool. And then this is your feedback, so if you want to get more of it, just... I'm using it at 100% mix here, but... And this is your size, I believe? Yeah. Not sure if this is the right reverb for this particular sound, but I like it as a reverb plugin. But let's try out one of the Valhalla reverbs instead. The granular thing is a bit much on this sound. Let's do let's try vintage verb. Let's just go to the palace mode. Make it pretty long. I do want to check, maybe bring the foreman down a bit. And probably offset this a bit as well. Maybe do something like that. Maybe even make it shorter. I actually think it's a bit too bright, but we can adjust that a bit. So if that is 12, then that would be A. That would be B flat. Let's try that out. Don't forget to save. Yeah, good call. Wait. You know what? That's actually pretty cool. We're gonna have to change that underlying drone thing, but... Oh. Yo, why... Wanna... If that is G... That would be A. I mean, we could go to A, that's maybe a bit cliche, but go to the 5th, so it would move perfectly back into here. I'm not even sure if I want to use that one. Let's group these. Just solo this for now. Guess we can just do that. Let's make a little reverb thing. Which are we gonna use? Let's use vintage verb again. And let's go to maybe now and choose a nice long one. Let's maybe Palace again, why not? Make it pretty damn long. 30 seconds seems about enough. Bring that up a bit. That should be good. And then let's group that. And we're gonna create another chain. And then we are gonna put the volume of the reverb chain on a macro. Let's change that mapping to 0. Then we can bring this all the way down so that we don't hear the reverb. And now we can automate that so that it comes up during the second half here. And comes up in these gaps. We'll have to adjust it a bit. And might be smart to put it only on this layer. So that it doesn't include the low end. Or we can high pass the reverb signal. Might actually be good. I don't like how there is a bit of a gap happening here now. Let's do... do that. What if we just put another reverb after this? Not at a full mix, but just... maybe just concert hall, and then just... put it like, I don't know, something like that. Maybe we'll put this whole thing before the OTT as well. I mean, we can... group that. Can we do that? Can we not do that because it's a single thing? I just want to add reverb to this. I mean, I can create another chain and just mute that, and then can we group those? Yeah, we can. Then I can put a reverb after this. And just maybe make it 100% wet. See if that works. That works. We're probably going to change some of these notes, but we need to add some more stuff here. I want to add something that follows along maybe this thing. See if we can... We just quickly do this. Huh? What? Oh, you can do that? I didn't even know you could do that. Change it from sharps to flats or sharps and flats. Okay. Didn't know that. Apparently you can right click on here and then you can change that. Never knew. Let's go. So the bass notes are doing this. Then to there, then to there, and then to there. So what if we just... which synth should we grab? Alright, let's maybe try this one. Why not? Has a built-in arpeggiator, so can use that as well. What is controlling the filter? No envelope. Okay, let's just set that to envelope 2. Not really what we're going for, but... Diva's really nice though. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so if we have that on, then the release also gets longer. Not really what I was going for, but let's see. I really like the arpeggiator mode that it has. Like that leap mode and round and serial are quite interesting when you combine it with extra octaves here. Like normally you just get like this kind of thing, right? With most arpeggiators. But here you also have the option to do like round, then because it's similar. So it goes up and down. And on serial it just does that. But then you've got leap, which basically for every note it skips an octave, or it goes up an octave, and then it does it for every note, which is like really interesting. And then you've got repeat, where it just plays every note of the chord in the octaves that you've set, and then it goes to the next note, which is kind of interesting as well. And then when you combine that with the restart, you can get all kinds of really interesting arpeggiated patterns. So it's quite of a interesting arpeggiator in that sense. Like if we go to 3 and then, I don't know, do 8 for instance, you can get all these kind of patterns. And now it doesn't reach the 3rd octave. Or you can have like, I don't know, 12, so it, or set it to like, oh, you can do 3. I thought you could also do 3, but 8 is usually pretty nice. You cannot record the MIDI though, that's a bit of a shame, but you can kind of see what's happening here in terms of the octaves, and then it's just a bit of listening to figure out what the notes are doing, but now we're not getting the bass note on this mode. With 3 notes you will get other results as well, of course, so... Now, because we have 3 octaves, we get that pattern that's really sort of consistent every time. Anyways, that kind of work that we had. Even though it doesn't have the bass notes. Need more atmosphere. Let's let's use this one for a change. This one also has some pretty interesting reverb capabilities. I never really use Supermassive a lot, but it's pretty capable of being a reverb as well. Like if we turn the warp up, it stops sounding like a reverb. Or in between a reverb and a delay. And then you've got the density as well, which is like some of these reverb presets are pretty interesting. Density is at 0, warp is at 50. Oh yeah, I guess the mode makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I forgot that. You want to change the mode as well to one of the modes that is more like for reverb. But it's definitely a nice sounding thing as well, and this one is free, so definitely capable of making some pretty decent atmosphere with that. And then let's just put, maybe put a shimmer on it as well. Let's add some filtering in between, why not? What happens if we add in a shifter in front of here? And let's just do pitch shifting. Let's try going down an octave. Like, we don't really need these bottom notes because they're not really doing anything. But that pad will work with what we have in this group, I think. Might be a bit low, but... We're just messing about at the moment. I have a feeling like... But it's cool. I'm quickly just gonna switch to this view for a bit. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm thinking what we, I want to make some more things real quick. Let's see if we can make some more sounds, because I do like that. Let's see if we can make some more things. Like I said, Omnisphere, I'm pretty happy that I've sped that thing up, because Omnisphere is actually pretty good for this kind of music. I wouldn't necessarily use Omnisphere a lot for most electronic music, just simply because it's so slow a lot of times. Even though I managed to speed it up now, so that's better. But for like dark, ambient kind of stuff, Omnisphere is absolutely amazing. Because it has so many good sound sources in there that you can use for it. Like really quickly, let's just try and make a dark thing in Omnisphere and let's see what we get. I'm just gonna quickly grab myself another node here. Let's just, we'll put it here, it doesn't really matter. Let's solo that track. So in here there's so many good sound sources. Or are we in the patch browser? No, we're in the sound source browser, okay. Let's see, I should have a lot of them marked already. Go to all. Let's put some compression on here. Not that much, just a little bit. Like, Omnisphere has a lot of good sound sources, but it also has the quite limited granular engine, but it's still pretty good. So for making like evolving like ambience and pads and stuff, this is really nice. You can modulate that as well, of course. You can go here and modulate that however you want. Interface is a bit dated though, of Omnisphere, I have to admit. But it's definitely nice for this kind of sound Just simply because of how much is in here. Can even turn that on real quick. Yeah, like for instance that one already. Right away, immediately I have like a really interesting pretty decent tension heavy sort of like pad already, just by one of these sound sources. Let's grab another one. Oh yeah, the sound stops if that is turned on. See something. Oh, that could be cool. Let's make that pretty long. Good. Key down, envelope is up. And then I guess here we can turn granular on as well. Turn that to position. I guess we could automate this with an LFO maybe, and then do unipolar sync. We want it to start when the note starts, and I want this to be at like 7.5, something is like that. Maybe do triangle, and then pretty slow, maybe 16. Maybe even slower. I think we want to have a sample that has more sort of like movement in it, a sample that has more different changes in it, because then we will get a lot more interesting stuff from this granular thing. Like this one sounds kind of the same all the way through. So if we go in here, and if we just search for evolving, we might get some stuff. We actually got quite a bit of stuff. So let's just chuck one of those in and see what we get. So is that still modulating? It is, right? That's the only, yeah, it is. See, that's the only thing. There's no easy way to see the modulation of something. Like, you can bring up a modulation panel, I believe. Show modulation, LFO1, and then that brings this up, and there you can kind of see that. But it's not like, it doesn't show you on the sliders itself, so that's like, Omnisphere is a bit dated in that sense. Also, why is it not moving that much? Let's... Why are you not moving much? It's only going up to here for some reason. See, it's only going up to there. Why is that? Why are you only moving such a tiny amount? The range is the entire fucking range of the slider. Huh? That's weird. It's not even going to this position. What? What? Omnisphere, what you doing? Okay, that's weird. Unmodulate. What the hell is wrong with this sample? It's just not going to anywhere here in the sample for some reason. But I bet you if we grab a different sample it will. Because normally it goes all the way up there. Try maybe that one. We go in here. See? Now it's all the way up there. Huh? That's really weird. And I don't understand these controls, by the way. They make no sense to me. They also don't seem to be the same. If the sample plays through for a longer time, they sort of like get more spaced apart further and further, the grains. So it's kind of weird in terms of a granular engine, but it's still nice. What is this doing? The hell? We also have presets here, so let's try Hat Maker. That might work. Want something with a decent amount of high end in it, but quite metallic, I guess. Oh, now we have another one that is bugged out. Really weird. So yeah, Omnisphere is definitely a bit buggy. At times. It can go to other places in the sample. Apparently. I'll just leave it on speed mode. Just do that. That'll work as well. I also don't like that you don't hear the changes when it's already playing. You have to re-trigger the note. That's kind of annoying. But sound sources are pretty good, so kind of makes up for it. Is that also only showing when I re-trigger the node? Ah, yeah. That's annoying. Good for making these weird things, though. Wait, LFO1, wasn't that controlling something else already? Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, that is moving ever so slightly. Or this one, I mean. Not that I like the sound, but I like this one. This layer sounds really cool. What if we just use that? What happens if we go up here? Still sounds kind of similar. Kind of like that, how that sounds over time, so maybe I'll place this one with that one. Let's see, what does this one sound over that? Like if we would just, I don't know, take this and automate you a bit over time, then maybe that goes back to here. Okay, that doesn't work. Kind of works to have it still in there, but it's not gonna work when this changes, I think. Yeah, then it's gonna become really messy, because there's already a lot of low end in that. Let's focus on this one again, because this one is kind of cool. kind of cool. Now I do think I'm gonna resample these real quick, so let me or at least a copy of them. Let's grab one of these as well. Let's just freeze and flatten those two. Could be a cool intro, yeah, exactly. Could even work for drum bass track as well, because we are technically still in a drum bass tempo on this, so. We're just not putting in any drums at the moment. Did that export exactly? Oh no, of course not. Let's make ourselves a couple of extra... Oh, huh? I'm hearing myself talk. Yo! Let's not do that. I don't want to hear myself talk. Let's just... I mean, we can grab this reverb again. Chuck that on here. And should we grab the OTT as well? Let's see what we get. Maybe a little bit less. This is a 100% mix? Yeah, let's bring it down a bit. 50 or something. Kinda can turn that into a pad like that. Like we could just actually make the bass multiplier lower so that the bass gets a shorter decay time, but the high end doesn't. It's actually pretty nice. Nah. Like, what was... because we had bass in here first, but we could just take this as bass in here. And that should work. Because it's the same notes underneath here now. A bit messy, but alright. It's D, E, and F. where are we gonna go? That's not in skill, no. Yeah, saved. We did make some cool atmosphere already that I could use somewhere. Like all of these are nice. Like we're not using all of them at the moment, but all of them are kind of cool in terms of the sound. That one is really dark. That pad. Or whatever it is. I like that with the water texture on top of it. That's kind of cool. Pretty sinister sounding. This one is a bit... it's still cool. This one sounds kind of interesting. Makes more sense. Should we actually make a piece? That could be nice, but I honestly have been having a bit of a writer's block the last week, so where's the synths? There we go. We could incorporate some of these pieces. Let's do all. You could try, yeah, I could. Let's do that. Let's just go and sort on rating, so we get like the ones that I already rated, and then let's see. I mean, we have that really dark one. We can use that one, of course, because that one is kind of nice, because it has a bit of an organic layer on top. Don't really like this layer, this high thing, so let's just get rid of that. But I do like this one. We can just put you on that track itself, which actually comes straight out of Current, so it's kind of cool. Start with that one. Because that one sounds pretty dark and ominous. Do want to automate a couple of things on it so that it changes a bit over time. Did we already do automation on it? I mean, there is some. On the filter cutoff 2, which was, I guess that is this sound, right? No, it's not. That is this sound. That layer. So this layer is running through this low pass, so maybe also filter that. But maybe give it some more random movement or something as well. Let's just I'll automate the cutoff myself, but I'll maybe give it like some random volume movement. Something like that could be cool. Because I want this to just come up really subtly, I guess. Not too much. Also, how loud is this for you guys? Probably really quiet. Oh, it's not that bad. It's okay. Yeah, it's not that bad. I thought it was way quieter, but it's kind of alright. Let's just leave that up maybe. Just gonna increase this a bit as well over time so that that kind of becomes a bit bigger. And then let's see, let's go in current and let's maybe add a bit of a random movement to here. So LFO, randomize, that will kind of do random stuff. And then we could assign that to the level here. Maybe bring that down a bit. Like this, but it's kind of quick. So let's maybe slow that down a lot. Like a lot. Although I don't really like that it doesn't go up all the way, because then what if I just randomize a little bit? So it does have some variety in the shape. Can we that, and then What if we use another LFO set to randomize? And that one is going to control the rate of this one a little. Let's just make that one note so that it keeps going for now. And move these other things out of the way for now. That kind of keeps going, that's alright. Where's that higher sound coming from? Is that the granular layer? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I guess that one is not gonna come up as much on the filter then, because I don't like that sound too much. I want this to be more like that. That's just gonna go to here maybe. And that water is getting a bit much now as well, so let's go in here and back this down a bit maybe. I just want to go up more, because otherwise we don't really hear it. Whatever, let's just leave that doing its thing for now. There are also, if I remember correctly, a lot of analog samples in here from like analog synths, which is also quite interesting. I did mark a few, I see. Not sure if I want to go for that though. I'm trying to think what I want to add. Let's go and try mood, dark. What do we get? A lot. Ooh, that was actually pretty big as well. Huh, weird insect sounds on top. Ooh. What is that sound? I don't know what, but it sounds amazing. Sounds kind of cool. What if we... can make it move like that. Let's do modulate with LFO. I'm gonna modulate a lot, so let's do unipolar sync. Let's set that to note. Do something like 8 or slower even, but let's keep it at 8 for now. Do that and let's set this to as close to there as we can get. We do fine tuning? Ah, we can. Nice. Let's go to... Yeah, that's good enough. And then now we need to minimize the range, so we need to back this off. Let me re-trigger this so that we can see what is happening. The hell? Now it's suddenly a different pitch. Oh? I don't get these controls, the grain depth and the intensity in Omnisphere. These controls seem so weird to me in this plugin. Now they're just playing again. Huh? Like, that's what I mean. Why are they now moving all the way over? If the range of this should be moving from here to here. It's kind of weird. Still sounds alright though, but... Let's try maybe a different sample. Something else. Something that we can use without the granular thing. Okay, not what I thought I was gonna do. There's also some interesting effects here. Let's see. The creative inner space is quite interesting. Get like these really weird reverbs out of it. No idea what any of these are, so let's just pick one. Maybe a bit hard to hear on this sample though. Yeah, Omnisphere isn't the cheapest one. But I can also understand why, because it comes with so much content. Ooh, that's nice and sinister. So like, this is like a really, let's put some compression on this again. That brings up that reverb tail as well. Get all these weird reverbs in here. They're really good for sound design. Yeah, almost too much content. Yeah, exactly. And you can combine that with another one. So we could say maybe space. That doesn't do anything. Okay, this thing definitely sounds nicest with just one note. Right down there. Let's make it really long. And release maybe a bit less. Maybe 100 is a bit much. I can already hear how much noise is coming up now. So that's gonna be a lot. Might as well just go somewhere like here. And then just do that. Okay, we're gonna grab a sound from... Let's do Omnisphere again, why not? Need a drink. One moment. Let me grab a drink. When did I start writing music? A long time ago. What was that? Oh, my backpack fell over. Oh, whatever. Let's try maybe some kind of a synth. I guess we can just search for synth. Let's do synth analog. What do we get? Nothing. What? Really? Okay. Really? Nothing? Nice. Analog? Then we do get a lot of things. Turn autoplay on for now, so we can hear what these sound like. I just want to have a bit of a... Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes finding something in here can be a bit of a pain. Because there's so much stuff, right? Like, you've got all the tags here, which do help, but... Synth poly, maybe? Maybe. It might work. Not really what I wanted for what I wanted, but let's see if we add more reverb. There's already... somebody forgot to remove a couple of effects because these are not turned on. Huh. There's more here as well. Maybe those turn on at some point if you... with something. I'm not sure if you can do that, but it seems like somebody forgot to remove a couple of devices here. Let's just grab our own reverb. Holy shit! Yo! I found another one. Valhalla plugins also can go full screen. You know what? I guess those are also capable of going full screen. That would be weird. Yo, what? Okay. that's annoying us because these are not locked. Like if they would be locked to each other, I mean, I know you can do that somehow, but I don't know how. That's better. Yeah, I'm not even sure what scale we're gonna do. We could do D minor, but we could also go with the more Phrygian side, which I was now playing. Or that. We can also go. Both kind of work. Do like that a lot though. That note, that F sharp, that would make it Phrygian dominant again, I guess. Yeah. I like that note. In the context of this. Maybe we can do something with that. I'm not sure if with this sound though, but... Didn't Omnisphere have... Wait, I have an idea. Didn't Omnisphere have a bunch of... more like... sort of like textural hits as well? I believe it has. In here... And then... Where is that? One shots maybe? We'll go with, yeah, these ones, these burning piano ones. They... If I give this a bit of a release, does the preview also ring out? It does, nice. That's a good thing, Omnisphere. Take notes, other plugin makers. That's a really good thing. Because there's that issue, I've had it in other plugins as well. Sometimes, well, not every plugin ties it to the amplitude envelope though. Some plugins just have it separate, which is probably the best option for a preview like that. want to see what happens if we run that through here. This one, yeah. Okay, let me turn it off now so we can hear. Yeah. I'll go that. Kind of nice and deep, or it does have a pitch. I can hear a bit of a resonance in there, so like this device is really interesting for sound design. It has all these weird spaces in here that are really fun to mess around with. I also don't like the resonance that I hear though, but let's grab a different one here. And we're actually hearing it with this on it as well now, in the preview there. This creates these really long, sort of like reverbs. Ah, that actually turned it into a pad. So I guess it's like a convolution reverb almost. It takes this sound, which I imagine is the sound of fire, right? The like crackling of fire. And then it takes the sound that you run into it, and it applies that to this sound, in a way. Well, we're not hearing it at the moment, my bad. So it turns that sort of like one shot, whatever it is, into almost like a really big soundscape thing. What do we got in here? Processed. Piano Ghost Ray. Okay, so it does stop. It's not like it continuously plays. But it is quite interesting. Not sure if we're gonna be able to use this sound, but maybe if we... Let's go back to what we were doing. Which was this thing? Need something to give me a bit of a sense of timing. I can turn the metronome on, but let's do something a little bit more interesting. That is something Omnisphere is also kind of good for. Honestly. Like, Omnisphere is actually pretty interesting. I just wish they updated the interface. This arpeggiator here is quite helpful for that. You could, for instance, do something like this. And then just set this to, I don't know, 1/4 maybe. And then let's just put in a note. I'll just chuck in a long note. And then we can use the sample engine to trigger a sample rhythmically inside of Omnisphere, which is quite helpful for making weird kind of things. So if we, for instance, go to that one-shot category again, and I don't know, find something low. Like if we take that, for instance. Oh yeah, we need to turn it on, of course. We can use this as a sequencer, basically, for that sound. So, let's just up the release. Oh, you know what, let's leave it on that. Alright, we got a mosquito inside. I know what I'm doing after the stream. Getting rid of the mosquito. Can we set this to low? I mean that, but that's complexity. Now I want low pitch. Can we do that? Low end. already have low end, so I don't think we're gonna need this. Oh, and do we have... No, we don't have that on it. Let me grab something else, something high end maybe, because we already have the low end thing. So what should we grab? What should we search for? Ticking clock? Maybe. Do we have a ticking clock? I mean... Sure. Just chuck that in. That'll give us a bit of rhythm. Let's just do that. Do that. That, and there's already one there. And then we'll set it to beats, one shot mode. And then we should be able to drag that out. We can even change it a bit. Maybe make it slower. Cool. That'll at least give me a bit of the tempo, you know? In a bit of an interesting way. It's a bit of a slow clock though. But I guess that's fine for what we wanted to do. I just want to be able to hear some of the rhythm. What is this sound? That's already doing something, yeah. This sound. Okay, should we try and put that one in? Let's see where. Let's just bring it in here, why not? I'm probably gonna get rid of that layer as well at some point, but for now it'll help me a bit. Thinking about what I want to do here. Yeah, today is a bit of a slow one, guys. Like I said, the writer's block is real this week. But it's fine. We're having fun. Making sounds. Oh, probably because it started a little bit before. Let me also freeze these two real quick, so that I can just start playing from anywhere. You feel me on the writer's block? It's just one of those things, right? It comes in waves most of the time. That's also why I didn't really want to work on drum and bass, because I just knew what was gonna happen. You know, I was just gonna be sitting there and just be like, what am I gonna make? Or just start hating myself, you know, because nothing works out. Like, it's fine to be like, oh, I don't know what to make, but when I'm working on a tune that I actually care about, especially on stream, then, you know, I'll just get annoyed and rage quit at some point and just throw in the towel and just be like, fuck it, I'm done with this. Oh, I'm usually pretty good when it comes to deadlines. Like, usually when I have a deadline, I do have to admit that always, or most of the time at least, I'll postpone stuff until too late, basically. But then when I'll get to being close to the deadline, then suddenly everything will just go, 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 go. And it will all come together really well as well. Like, I've had this with jobs in the past as well for like other audio companies, where I did like preset packs or stuff like that. And I would just be like, you know, like a week before the launch of the pack, and I would still have not made one preset, for instance, stuff like that. And I would just be like, oh, I've got a pack release in like a week. I need to make 124 presets. Okay. And then just 1 week of just like grinding, and you send the pack in, and they just come back in the email and like, yo, the pack is insane, this is really good, blah blah. And I'm like, you should know, mate. But for some reason, the pressure of the deadline also can help, you know, when it comes to things like that. And I feel like that's definitely a thing that really sometimes helps me in those kind of moments. Like, just the pressure of the deadline will just suddenly spark everything, basically, if you get what I mean. I used to be the same in school back in the day as well. I still remember this very vividly. Oh man, it's actually a pretty fun story. Like, I went to art school, right, here in Rotterdam. And art school here, well, you know, it's one giant group of creative people in one place, right? So you can kind of imagine probably the kind of people that are going to an art school, right? So I went there for graphic design and digital media design, and there were other people there for like drawing classes as well and all kinds of other stuff. But when you would come onto like the fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna tell a story about. Oh yeah. I remember. So, you know, we always had like whole groups of people in the class going to the coffee shop and just smoking weed instead of, you know, doing what they should be doing. That kind of people, right? And it was also fine. They would tolerate most of it. You know, people would just smoke weed on the courtyard of the school. It was no problem as long as you didn't do it inside, because they knew, you know, it's a bunch of creative people. They're gonna do that shit. So who cares? But I still remember, like, we had this class, and it was literally just it was a class about Dutch, literally Dutch lessons. Like, come on. I understand, you know, like, not everybody is like from a Dutch background, but as a Dutch speaking person who grew up speaking Dutch, if you get to like, you know, trade school, because that's kind of what it was, like, it's after your regular school, and then afterwards you go study for an actual job, right? Or like a profession, I should say. So it's after that. So you're already the age of 18, 19, right? I'm getting Dutch classes, and I'm like, this is so massively boring that I cannot really care about it. So for like, we had these periods where we would have like 8 weeks of lessons, and then at the end of the 8 weeks, you would most of the time have to present some kind of assignment, some kind of a thing that you had to make. Usually would involve designing something with like, Photoshop and like in InDesign and Illustrator and all that kind of stuff. And I remember this so clearly because one, the teacher was absolutely bad at teaching. It was just not a great teacher. He was not interesting to listen to. He was just, one of those kind of teachers, just a really old dude with like a big ass fat gray mustache, with like little pieces of his food still stuck in his mustache. That kind of person. The mustache is all gray on the or all brown at the bottom from smoking his cigarettes. That kind of teacher, right? And we just didn't enjoy going to the class at all. So I remember for like 7 weeks, we showed up the first week, and we were assigned groups of 2 people, or we had to make groups of 2 people. So me and a friend of mine from my class, we joined together, and we joined together in this group, and with the 2 of us, we had to do this assignment. So this assignment was, and I knew him, he was pretty chill, he was pretty decent, and he was all right as a designer as well. I believe he's actually running his own design studio now, but he was doing pretty well. He was pretty good at it. So I was like, he seems like a chill dude, and he's good at it, so we can probably pull this off, even if we just wait until the last week. So this teacher, he's also the most like, well, he would not care, basically. He just didn't care. Even if you decided to not do the assignment, not his problem. He would just give you a bad grade, and he would just be like, it's not my issue. I'm not here to make you do this. You just need to do it for yourself. I don't care. So we, being the kind of rebellious ones in the class, we were like, we really don't want to be here to each other, right? Like, this dude is boring. These classes are boring. Are we really going to have to be here for 8 weeks? Like, an hour every Monday? And we were like, you know what? Let's ask him if we can do this assignment outside of the class. If we can just do it because downstairs there's a whole room with like computers and all kind of shit that you can use. So we were like, let's see if we can go down there. And of course he said yes. So we were like, aight. So for 7 weeks, we did not even show up, or like, I guess 6 weeks, because the first one we did show up. So the 6 weeks after, we didn't even show up in the class. And we didn't even went downstairs to work on this thing. We went straight to the coffee shop to just smoke some weed and chill out. So for 7 weeks, we didn't do anything, because the first week we showed up like, I guess, the first 5 minutes, and then when we got the assignment, we were like, okay, peace out. And 7 weeks later, we get to the last week of the sort of like period, and I get to school, and I tell him, I'm like, hey, didn't we have Dutch today? And he's like, yeah, why? I'm like, isn't this the last week of the period? He's like, yeah, it is. I'm like, weren't we supposed to hand in our assignment today? He's like, yeah, oh yeah, you're right. I'm like, well, I mean, the first class had fallen out that day, so we were too early at school. And he's like, well, we got like an hour that we don't, well, we should have classes now, but we don't, so we got an hour, and after that we had another hour, so we had 2 hours total. And he's like, do you think we can pull this off? I'm like, I think we can pull this off. What we had to do is we had to make the front page of a newspaper. And we were like, I think we can do that. So 2 hours, we literally took turns of working on this thing in the room downstairs with all the computers. And we would then one would be working, the other one would sneakily be rolling a joint, going outside to smoke, and he would be like, yo, here's the other half, you go smoke, and then one by one we would work on it. After 2 hours, we go to the class and we hand this in. And the teacher literally, I still remember this, first thing he does when we walk in, he looks at us with this look like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, what are you doing here? Like, I didn't see you for 6 weeks. What the hell? Why are you even here? And we look at him, and we just walk up to him, and we with both, of course, with a massive grin on our face, and we just slide this thing in front of his nose. And at that point, we just see his face change, and he literally does this. He takes his glass, he takes a spoon that he had in his coffee mug, and he just goes tuk 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 tuk, and he grabs everyone's attention. He makes everyone stop working on what they're doing, and he's like, "See, guys, this is what you can take an example on, because look at what they've made." And he literally tells them like he literally goes on that we are the only one that actually correctly printed it on the right size for a newspaper paper front page and shit. We had actually not only made the front page, but we had also made the back page so we could fold it and make it look like an actual newspaper. And he was like, basically, like, we did the best of the entire class, and we left after that, and we were like, oh my god, this is so fucking funny. And the worst part was, of course, the next class, all of our classmates, they hated us. But hey, I guess that's what you can do if you can actually design something, you know? That just made me think of that. It was such a funny moment. And it wasn't the only time it happened, because we had that happen a couple of times. I mean, we were just both pretty good at designing in general. A lot of the classes, we would just be like, they would teach you something, and we would, by the time they would be done, you know, like, well, usually you would have an assignment, and the teacher would help you if you had a good teacher. The Dutch one didn't, but if you had a good teacher, most of the ones, they would actually assist you and help you if you had issues. So that's why people would work in a classroom, right? But man, that one. But like the thing is, like, a lot of times people would be in the class just getting stuff like explained to them, and in the meantime we would be working on something, and by the end of the class we would have something done that looked better than what most people would have had at that point. So a lot of times I didn't even need most of the classes because I knew a lot of the stuff already. But it was quite funny. It was quite funny. I will never forget that look of him, man. I will never forget his face. Just the look first of us entering the classroom and just being like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And then just the switch to his look of like just first confusion when he saw what we shoved under his nose. He was like, "What?" And then he grabs it, he folds it open, he grabs his actual newspaper that he brought with him this morning when he got to school. He folds it open, he puts it down, he grabs ours and he just puts it on top, and he's like, it's actually the same size. And at that point he looks at us and he has a completely different look. And we're like, I think we did good. Everybody else had printed it on like what is it? Just like I think everybody had printed it on like A3 paper size, and I believe a newspaper is slightly bigger than A3 if I remember correctly, something like that. We had looked it up before we printed it, so we were like, "Yo, let's see if we can actually print this on." And we had also printed it on newspaper paper before I because we had a whole print shop in the school as well, so I managed to print it on newspaper paper as well. So, you know, it was like. Or like, I guess that's not printing. Well, it is in English printing, but in Dutch it's called something different. But it's different than like a laser printing kind of thing. It's actually, you know, a print press and stuff like that. So we actually did how you would actually make a newspaper page, basically. And we were the only ones. So yeah, that was kind of funny. I need to piss. So, was it the Bristla paper? No. I don't think newspapers are made out of that, mate. I mean, you could try. You could probably smoke a newspaper, let's be honest. Not sure how good it will be for you, but you probably can. Do I have something for you guys to play? While I go take a pee. I got this. How much is that? I won't play you the last half. Or the last section. But that section, yeah, you can have that. I'll play you this. I'll be back in just a moment because my bladder is about to explode. So I'll be back in just a bit. One moment. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so art school was amazing. I had so much fun there. It was an amazing place. Actually, I had some pretty good teachers there, honestly. Even though not all the classes were, you know, that beneficial for me, I did learn quite a bit of stuff there. But like, yeah, like consumption of weed was definitely a thing there. Even the teachers, let me tell you. I had one time that I, after school, would walk to the coffee shop, and I would be in the coffee shop, just walk in and just be like, hey, isn't that the teacher that I just had classes from? And I would just be standing behind him, and he would just be ordering, and he would just turn around after ordering and be like, oh my god. And he would get, I would like, dude, don't worry, I won't tell your boss. Like, some of the teachers were like only a few years older than I was, so it was kind of interesting. It was kind of interesting. It was a really interesting time. It was filled with graffiti writers. A lot of my classmates were like involved with graffiti and all kinds of stuff like that. So a lot of artsy people there. And usually in the weekends we would see each other as well at the drum and bass parties because that's where everyone was going to. Like this group would just sort of like I would see a lot of the people from my school, basically during the week, during the night when I would go out doing graffiti. If I would go out to like a drum and bass party, same thing. I would run into the same. I would also run into my teachers there. It was like absolutely funny. The person working downstairs in like the computer like space was an MC as well. He was an MC during the weekends for like gabber hardcore parties and shit. So sometimes we would get there really early on like a Monday morning, and he would be like completely dead, just completely, just out. Basically, he would just take a nap or something. It was amazing. It was a fun place. I don't really know what we're gonna end up doing today, next to what we've made so far. Let's see. Let's just, see, how late is it? Oh, it's already pretty late. I guess when you're having fun, time flies. Let's open up current one more time and make something with current. You came across a teacher on a Psytrance party? Yeah, stuff like that's awesome, man. I love it. Like, especially back then, like local drum and bass parties, I would just run into teachers as well. Like a lot of my teachers would love drum and bass, so they would always, and because I was always the kid who had like the last drum and bass tracks on his phone, and like, or I guess not phone back then, more like iPod or something. But they would always ask me to bring my iPod and bring like the last drum and bass releases and be like, yo, if we have like drawing classes, you can just bring that over and I'll plug it in and we'll just have drum and bass. And I'll be like, oh shit, fine. And he would just play drum and bass during the class. Not to everybody's enjoyment, but you know, one of my teachers at least, he didn't care. If you were one of his classes and he would put on drum and bass because during the drawing part and somebody would complain, he would just be like, yo, shut up. Otherwise just go draw somewhere else. I like this music. One of my lecturers at uni was in dubstep group Bar 9. Bar 9, that's an old one. That's one of the OG names, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, I used to have a bunch of their tunes on my old iPod, but I could be wrong. Yeah, they super OG. Yeah, I think I remember them. It's been a while. Nice. That's nice to turn into a pad. Oh. Okay, maybe we can put it in, why not? I kind of want to add some more different pitches here though, and I'm not sure if I want to do that with this sound, but like something more sustained with this one. So let's maybe turn this into a pad. This is F, okay, let's just... a nice sound, actually. Need some reverb, but... Why does this reverb get so fucking loud? A nice old school kind of pad sound. Randomizer, I have the same problem. A lot of times when I say I don't want to make drum and bass, I still end up making something that I end up using for either drum and bass, or I just start making drum and bass at some point. That's fine. Lock that? We can. Nice. You made a half-time DB to me. Hey, it's not drum and bass. I do like the sound on this pad. Really, more plugins need to do this, where you have presets for like the effects and all that kind of stuff, so and that you can randomize it, because it's so good for like just quickly working on sounds, as opposed to just opening up an effect and tweaking all the knobs. This is so much easier to just flip through a bunch of presets and just get to a point that you kind of like and then tweak it, right? I really hope more sort of like plugin developers make note of that, because that's a really good thing to have in your plugins. Hybrid filter. Kern is really thought through in that way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thought out, thought through, whatever. You know, makes sense from a Dutch standpoint. Doordacht. One of those things as a Dutch person, you know, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Steenkolen Engels. So I like that this sits on D, because even on the spot where it changes to the other note, right here, that D is boosted, which is the major third. I do think it sounds minor though. Or am I wrong? Oh. I do think it's minor, but I was gonna say that makes sense because then that falls on the third, but it doesn't. But it still boosts that area a bit, so it sounds kind of cool having this on there. Just makes it a bit more, so like boosts that area and then cuts this and that. Kind of nice. We can also try higher. I mean, it's a pretty decent sound now, to be honest. This sound can just go in a drum bass track, honestly. Here it does sound major, or am I wrong? Or... yeah, kind of different there. slap a break on it and done. Yeah, this is a bit of a more like a minimal kind of drum bass pattern, but it's a pretty good pad for drum bass track that I made. Should probably save it. Probably save that one. Let's just make some more pads in current, because why not? If we because I've saved this one anyway, so we can just go and find a different sample. If we change that sample, we should easily get a new pad. So did I use this one? I think it was this one, right? Or not? Is that a different one? It's a different one. These kind of samples are usually pretty good for it. The ones that one, that one, that one. I mean, these can be too, but if we just replace that one, now we have a different pad. Current is pretty nice for making atmospheres, actually, now I think of it. Like this one, I might want to make this quite fast like that, so it goes through this section. And then you get maybe even do that, so that you get, and then make it 2 bars. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That one just wants to do this. We need this one. That one goes to there. And then we make it 4. could even lock this. So if you like this at a particular pitch, you could say fixed, and then you can set this to a note. So for instance, D3. See, then that still plays the D3 on the other lower note as well. So if we find like a sound that has really like a tonal kind of thing, let's just go into the tonal gallery then. Sure. Grains. Make this a bit smaller. I mean, this is a chord, so that will not work that well. Well, it will still work, I guess. Yeah. The bass note changes, but the chord on top is just playing the same note. But because the bass note underneath it is going down a major third, it creates a 7th chord when it plays the second lower one. What can we do with that one? Because I could kind of like that. I have also, we haven't really used those today. I've been making some, I made some new things that I'll drop on Patreon. I'll try, maybe I'll drop them this weekend. I already made them, so I don't really have to do anything else than just drop them. I made a couple of more impulse responses for making Atmosphere as well. I completely forgot that I made them, but could have actually used them today. If we just grab some kind of a sound. Don't smoke, guys. If we grab a sound, that's just something like that. And we grab the, let's do Convolution reverb by kilohertz. I made a bunch of new impulses, 25 total, that are made from field recordings. So if you drop one of these on here, and then I play that same plugged note as soon as it has finished. Can be a bit quiet, but let's just compress it. You get all these So it just turns any sound into a massive atmosphere. And I just grabbed I have a whole folder filled with field recordings that I recorded myself, other people recorded, that I grabbed from like, some of them are from Freesound and other places. And I decided to just grab a whole bunch. There's also some of my own, for instance, Dust Storm. And just grab these, and you can hear what they sound like if I go here, and then here, that is these samples, so Dust Storm. That's kind of the sample. See, so I process these as well, so they're all like have a fade in so that they don't suddenly start or suddenly end. It looks like it suddenly ends, but there's a fade out in the sample, so it should actually fade out at the end of the reverb tail. But like, do have to boost the level a bit afterwards, but grab one that goes a bit lower. Let's do this one. Duplicate that, put one in front of it as well. So what else do we have? There's a bunch of these. They're quite long though, so they take a bit of time to... You can hear those drops on metal a little. Yeah, exactly. You'll hear a bit of the original sound in it, which is kind of nice. But they're good for making atmosphere. Got Rain that I recorded in The Hague, I guess. Some recordings here in Rotterdam. These are with like water, so that is also kind of fun. You'll hear like all that kind of watery kind of stuff. And if they're too long, right, you can just do that. You can just shorten them. And just be like, make it a little bit shorter and give it a fade out. And then I'll drop those on Patreon because they're quite nice. And I already have a bunch of these on Patreon, because these ones, is it here? No. Yeah, here. So I already did a bunch. All these ones right here. Those are from last time. So basically it will be just 24 more of these. So I think I'll drop them on Patreon this weekend, because they're basically done. So I'll do that rather than Thunderstorm. You can kind of hear the rain in it. The noise has a bit of the texture of the rain. That's interesting. Yeah, you can definitely hear the rain. And the thunder kind of also becomes that plucked string sound. Because the original sample sounds like that. See? So really fun way to make paths with convolution reverb. Just take like really long sounds that are like recordings of stuff outside or whatever you want to do, and then just use that as an impulse response, and you'll be surprised with how weird of like paths and reverb tills you'll get doing that. There's like really a lot of endless combinations to do doing that, or combinations, possibilities, I guess. Slide projector, that's like more like a Foley kind of sound. So if we take that one. Get these really textural kind of things. Can you somehow apply that to an effect? What do you mean? What do you mean? So the wave, it controls some knob? What? I have no clue what you mean. So this wave controls a knob? No. This is more like a reverb at this point. Like normally in convolution reverb, you would throw a sample in there that is actually a sample of reverb, basically. So what people would do is they would go into a room, usually a pretty big space for instance, and they would, you know, like clap their hands or play like a really short noise click or something like that. And then they will record the tail that comes after that with microphones, so that you can basically record samples of just the reverb. You need a really short sound, like a hand clap or something like that. And then the tail that creates is recorded with a microphone, which you then throw into a convolution reverb, and then you can take any sound and basically place it within that space. Because it applies that reverb tail to the sound that you put it on, basically, that you run through the convolution reverb. So that's what it normally would do. So normally, Like if you take any normal sort of like impulse of a space, you can also see that it will look a bit like, oh, it just opened the same one. If you take a church, for instance, you can see that it decays over time, because that's what they would have recorded. I don't know where these are stored, so I can't play them for you. They're probably set go to folder, but we cannot go to the folder, so that's a bit of a shame. I would have loved to play you the actual impulse response, but what that is just basically just somebody playing a click or a clap inside of a church. That's probably the name of the church, and then just recording that. And then when you put that in the Convolution Reverb plugin, it will apply that room sound to whatever sound you run through it. So that's great, but for sound design, you can do a whole lot more. So you can put anything in here. It doesn't have to be the sound of a space. Like we can take, I don't know, let's search for fire. Do we have the sound of some fire? There we go. Drop that in here. Now we have the sound of fire applied to our plucked string sound. So remember, our plucked string sound just sounds like that. I can even take off the OTT if you want. And we just have a plucked string sound, and then we run fire on top of it. And that gets really quiet, so let me put OTT on. Maybe bring the time up. We can reset that real quick. Make the input a bit louder as well. And now you get that, because it's kind of taking one sound and morphing it with the other one, in a way. No, it's not involving a synth at all. We're just literally taking one sound and applying another sound on top of it as if it is a reverb. But it's not a reverb, it's more of like a textural sound. So you can take anything. Like, for instance, I might have some other impulses in here. Where did I save them? Here. Like, for instance, we have D minor. Here we have a D minor chord played by a coda and a little bit of a offset between the notes. So if I now play a D note through this reverb, you can hear that it gets that chord applied to it, even though I'm just playing one note. You can actually still hear the sound as well. It's used in a lot of things. You can use Convolution for a lot of different things that isn't just applying space to something. You can even use Convolution Reverb to offset the phase of a sound, for instance. You can use a DC signal, literally just a straight line that is offset from the center, and put that in a Convolution Reverb and use that to offset stuff. It's really interesting. It's actually used as well within like synth design sometimes underneath the hood to get certain effects and stuff like that. We can take... I mean, these are not chords, I guess. It says chords, but it's not a chord. If we take a basic piano D minor chord, now this has a piano in it, but it also plays a chord. If I put in a major version, we get a major chord, even though I play just one note. Like what else do we have? Like I have these really short filter sweep kind of things that if you put them in there, it also kind of messes with the sound in a weird way. Maybe not the best sound to put this on, but kind of works like a disperser. See? Almost sounds like a bit of a dispersion-like effect. See? And what that is just a really short sound on a filter just sweeping down and putting that into here, and it suddenly sounds like almost like a dispersion-like effect. So There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. For instance, we have the impulses from Trash here as well. We could use impulse response to make a sound like a certain amp. Not that it really does a lot in this case. But you can hear we get different like sounds out of it. It's very subtle on this one, but these will be sort of like different sounding amplifiers, and that's also what you can use convolution reverb for. But like I said, it becomes really fun when you start throwing in like Foley sounds and weird stuff like that. Foley. Sure. Weird things. Squeaks. Do we have some? But especially things like rain and stuff like that, if you throw that into a convolution reverb, it makes stuff like, well, it turns things into really big pads really quickly. And depending on what sound you use as the input, of course, you get different things. Right now everything sounds like this sound because that's the input. But if we use something else, we get a completely different thing. So if we take a staccato horn sound, oh, my bad, I need to go there. You will get something completely different, right? Like, do we have some field recording or something? Field recordings. Sure. Huh, that was an interesting thing. That one brass stab there, it sounds pretty cool. But that's just a result of there's something happening in that sample that is loud. That is happening, apparently. Okay, so that little hit there gets that brass stab applied to it, and then suddenly you get... Or I guess the other way around. Sure. So I guess and if we stretch this, it also changes its pitch. So if we go to 200%, it should be an octave lower. Takes a bit of time, the longer the sample gets. That sounds weird. Yeah, convolution reverb is amazing. It's so interesting. these samples are really long, so it takes quite a while for them to load. So remember, this was a brass sound. Yeah, you can do this the other way around as well. I know. I actually did something similar because I have impulses for that as well. Like if I just grab an audio track and if I put on one of the field recording thing, yeah, I guess one of these. Like for instance that, water running inside of a church. Sure. And then we can apply convolution reverb to that and then use a more tonal sound. That's another way of doing it. So we can go into my impulses here. We can say chords maybe, coda. Let's go to D because we were in D. Oh. There should be a button here to go up a folder. God damn it, see? Should be a button to just go back up a folder. We have the browser here, that's fine too. So now if we play this, it should get this coda sound applied to it. See, so you get the sound of the fountain of the water is triggering the coda now. And these volume differences will also be heard in the volume of the reverb tone. So you get... This is really good for textural stuff as well. Like, just take something like that, or, I don't know, one of these sol things. Didn't I have a bunch that were... Oh, here. These should be playing chords. Or... See, so I have all those kind of ones for that. Same thing I think with the piano ones here. Those are also playing all kinds of chords. And here I actually have some other ones as well. These are amazing for making like pads and shit. And these are all on Patreon, by the way, so if you want to have these impulses, just go to my Patreon. Because I post a lot of stuff on my Patreon, and these are also there. Getting a little loud there, but... yeah, this is amazing. It's really fun to mess around with. Like, you can just take any of these and just be like, let's make it a diminished chord. Then let's say you like that, and then you just chuck like another reverb on it, for instance. Or you use it like this. But if you chuck another reverb on it, you can turn it into like a really big kind of pad sound. I would maybe grab a different one than the piano, maybe something that has more harmonics. But you still get the textural part of the sample, and then you get that running into the reverb, so it creates this really interesting sort of like reverb tail that isn't just a straight tone, you know, there's movement in it at any moment. And especially here when like that little spike in volume comes in, you'll hear that in the reverb as well. And that is, yeah, I love convolution reverb for this. And you can really easily just change the input, right? You can be like, oh, let's grab something else. Let's go here, ambience, and let's, I don't know, grab some sound from somebody walking through Tokyo. And it will sound similar, but you can just take a massively long file like this and just be like, okay. And now we've got like all kinds of textural bits in D minor. Yeah, that can be a lot of fun. If I play one of these textures, it's gonna be really loud suddenly, but... See, so you get all these textures, so it's kind of cool. Anyways, it is 1:14 a.m. and I think I'm gonna stop streaming. It's been a long time for tonight. More than enough. The one thing I wish Convolvus had built in is a resonance suppression. Yeah, true. True. If you have two sounds that are both a bit resonant, then it can get really crazy really fast. I know. I sometimes have that as well. Sometimes when you take like one sound that has a lot of resonance, like a tonal sound, and then put another tonal sound on it that has a good amount of resonance as well, it suddenly just spikes up in volume. And yeah, that can be a bit annoying. So it might be good if you try do some sound design with this to put on a limiter, or in this case I've put on an OTT, but like a limiter is probably more safe, and just make sure that it, you know, doesn't go above like 0, because it can get pretty crazy. Depending on what you put into it, of course. Like, there's so many interesting things you can do, like put animal sounds in there, and just like, you know, like put the sound of a growling lion into there and apply that to your bass sound. You know, there's all kinds of cool stuff you can do with Convolution Reverb. And I mean, there's all kinds of plugins for it. Ableton has its own, because Ableton has hybrid reverb, which is kind of a convolution reverb as well. You can throw samples in there, so you can just do the same thing. You don't have to get the kilohertz one. You can just chuck a sample in here, and it should do the same thing. Okay, this one I didn't like this one because it's in a different sample rate, but you can just chuck a sample in that one as well, and this will work the exact same way. So that's that. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed today. I'm just quickly going to no, not size, date. I'll just quickly grab this one more time. Yeah, because convolution is FFT. Oh, I didn't know that. It looks at the peaks and multiplies them. So if both have a resonance at the same frequency, they multiply to be a huge amplitude. Yeah, exactly. That's probably what's happening. Something I don't know what happens under the hood with convolution reverb. I thought it would just take the sound and apply it to it and use it as a, but I guess there's a lot more going on underneath the hood. It's definitely interesting though. There's a lot of interesting sound design capabilities with convolution reverb. But also just other things, like if you take the sound of white noise, like if you just take white noise and you give it a fade out so that it decays over time, for instance, and you put that onto a sound with convolution reverb, it will just smear the sound and sort of like act as if it's like a blur effect in a way. So you can use it for all kinds of different things. Like I said, if you have something with like a, I believe it's like with filter, or like a filter, well, you can shift the phase even with convolution reverb if you know how to or set up the impulse response correctly. I don't really know exactly how to do it, but I believe it has something to do with DC offset shapes and shit like that. There's other people that are way more advanced when it comes to that than I am. Like, I know there's other plugins, like the Melda plugins also have convolution in it. Like, if I remember correctly, the Melda convolution reverb had some interesting... Oh, I should look up where these are stored, because then I can use them in other plugins. Because I believe these had like some... Wasn't it sound design? I thought these had some ones where you could, that shifted like the phase as well, but I could be wrong. You could make them really easily if you know how to do it. You could probably find like loads of impulse responses online as well, but you know, part of the fun is also trying out your own samples, you know, just chucking things in there. You're working on a convolver? Okay, well, I'm interested. The one issue that but I don't think you will be able to solve that, is that when you have a convolution reverb and you change the stretch parameter, that it has to recalculate the sample. But I don't think you will ever be able to fix that, because that's just what it has to do. That's a bit of a downside. It would be really nice if you could just automate the parameters in here. And a lot of times in convolution reverb as well, this one doesn't. This one, well, it does. It has this. But most of them will have like some control over the decay as well. But most of the time you can't automate it, because as you can see here as well, if I change this, it recalculates the sample. See? And it would be really nice if somebody could make a convolution plugin where the decay does not make it sort of like calculate the sample, but you can actually automate the decay time. That would be really cool, but I'm not sure if that's possible. So that you could have like a really long tail, for instance, of like a sample, but still automate the decay time to be much shorter. So you could automate it from like a short length to like a much longer thing. Yeah, it's probably for optimization, but also, like I said, it recalculates the sample when you do that. So I'm not sure if it's possible to make convolution reverb where the decay is sort of like not doing that. I guess it should be, in a way, but I'm I'm not the best to think about that. But I guess it should be possible in some kind of a way. Maybe there's a workaround. But if that can be made, that would be so sick. Because I've had so many times where, like, a lot of times, the one advantage of convolution reverb is that the reverb is always going to sound the same. Every time you trigger it, it will sound the same. So, for instance, if you make techno, right, and you make rumble for techno kicks, convolution reverb can actually be really helpful, because every time you play it, it will sound the same, right? Whereas an algorithmic reverb will be calculated, so you can put it on there, but you're still going to have to, you know, pick out the best part, because it's going to be different every time, right? Because it's calculated. Whereas a convolution reverb is based on the sample itself that you put in there, and the sample is not changing, right? It doesn't have like multiple velocities or anything like that. So it's always going to use that same sample. So, like, I've had moments where I was using reverb on bass, for instance, and I was resampling the bass, and I would just have to bounce it down and then pick the best sounding part, because of the reverb, the distortion was doing something different every time. Whereas if you would have a convolution reverb, that wouldn't happen, because the reverb is also the same every time it triggers. So that's why convolution reverb can also be really good. So if you would have, like, I don't know, a sample of, like, I don't know, some kind of a bass sound that is a bit of a pluckier bass, and you want to make the tail get longer and longer over time with automation, you could do that with convolution reverb, or with an algorithmic reverb, I guess. But then you get the issue that it, you know, isn't consistent, and it might, in fact, change some of the, or it might sound less heavy in certain areas because of the reverb just randomizing shit a bit. But with a convolution, you don't have that. But like I said, even in, I believe even in Ableton's convolution reverb, it does that. If we use the hybrid reverb, like if we have a long sample, big space, like even if we do that, I believe it recalculates the sample. Like if I should probably have put it on something else. This sound maybe. Like if we take that one and drop it on here. So if we play this with the length up. Yeah, see, it cuts it off. It cuts off the reverb as soon as I change that value. And that's what I would love for a convolution reverb to not do. So that you could actually have it short, and then, for instance, have something playing like that. And then you could automate the decay to get longer and longer without it actually recalculating it the entire time. That would be so nice. So it just wouldn't have to have a decay or something that is not tied to, I guess, the sample itself, or... It's weird, because it would have to fade out the sample without actually changing the length, so you would have to be able to, I don't know, fade it without actually fading the sample. So you would have to do it with volume, I guess, instead of the sample fade out or whatever. I don't know how it works under the hood, right, but I can assume that it should be possible, because it's technically just a volume change, right? It's just a volume curve, technically, that the sample needs to get. But that was just something that I've had on my mind for a really long time, about like convolution reverb, like how cool it would be if that was possible. But I'm not sure if it is. So yeah, it's one of those things where I hope somebody can figure it out at some point. That would be cool. Anyways, I'm gonna stop. I'll be back next week, around 8:30 to 9 p.m. somewhere around there on Friday. Amsterdam time, of course, because that's where, well, I don't live in Amsterdam, but close to it. So I'll be back next week. I'll be in the Discord as well, so if you have any questions or want to share something, join the Discord. Link is in the chat. And support me on Patreon if you want to get samples and downloads, and I'll drop the longer impulse responses on Patreon this weekend, so you can download those as well. And if you do support, thanks a lot, because the support always helps. Yeah, that's gonna be it. So I'll see you all in the next one. Peace. Oh, let me solo the track. Let's see you all in the next one. Peace.